I'd like to call the meeting to order. I am Tanya Cook, Vice Chairperson of the Metropolitan Utilities District Board of Directors, and I'd like to welcome you all to the committee meetings this morning, December 7th, 2022. This meeting is being live streamed from the boardroom at the M.U.D headquarters building located at 7350 World Communications Drive, and a recording of this meeting will be uploaded to the M.U.D website after the meeting's conclusions. Safety briefing. I'd like to invite our Vice President of Safety and Security, Shane Hunter, to provide a briefing regarding protocol for all individuals in attendance at the board meeting today in the event of an emergency.
Good morning. Shane Hunter, Vice President of Safety and Security. The meeting room today is on the first floor here at M.U.D headquarters, and we all came through the normal entry and exit at the rear of the room today. However, there is another exit here on this side of the room for everyone if we need to use that in case of an emergency. Behind this door in this hallway, it's important to note that's the nearest fire extinguisher and first aid kit, as well as AED will be in the same hallway. Should there be a medical emergency in the meeting today, 911 will be contacted by security, who will escort EMS personnel into the room. With the location of the AED and the medical plan in mind, a show of hands, who's CPR and AED trained? Thank you very much. Should we need to leave this space for any reason in an emergency and evacuate the building, we'll go through the same door over here. We'll take 2 lefts and meet up in the parking garage where we'll have accountability. That concludes the safety briefing.
Thank you. Oops, sorry. I'm gavel happy. Roll call.
Howard.
Here.
Kavanaugh.
Here.
Bigley.
Here.
Cook.
Here.
Friend.
Here.
Frost. McGowan.
Here.
I would like to advise all those in attendance that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is available on the wall in the back of the boardroom. Communication and Operations. Vice President of Water Operations, Mike Koenig, will review the capital expenditures.
Good morning, Michael Koenig. I'm the Vice President of our Water Operations team. Behind tab 5 is our capital expenditures letter. There are 3 items on that letter today, and I'll be covering the first 2 of them. The first of which is a $300,000 capital expenditure to purchase leak loggers for our water distribution group. Our water distribution group maintains and operates our horizontal assets out in the system, the valves and hydrants, and there's tens of thousands of those, along with over 3,000 miles of main. So this tool, I guess, was originally visioned as and piloted as an opportunity to catch these leaks before they become large breaks. Knowing that a 1/4-inch hole in a main with 60 psi can lose about 5 million gallons of water per year, 1/2-inch hole more than 4 times that. So that's how the vision started out as we went into the pilot in 2019 with just 20 loggers. Successfully, we've located and repaired multiple leaks on mains. The loggers are to be placed in areas of high consequence or probability of failure. On the screen, we've got displayed what the cross section of the logger will look like out in the field, and I have one in my hand today. So a very small unit, communicates by 4G cellular off the antenna off the top once it's placed in. This will purchase approximately 245 loggers to be networked out into the system. It's what's called lift and shift, so the water distribution team will maintain these and move them. We'll let them stop and listen for a while in an area, and then we'll leverage the loggers that we have to move them around in the system and shine the spotlight around and see what we can find. This is we will also place them in areas of high consequence. We talk about maybe downtown a little bit more, where a main break can cause more damage, and we'll actually leave those more on a permanent basis in those areas. So, any questions before I move on to the next item? The second item that I'd like to talk about is a pipe bursting machine and accessories for $875,000. The district's seeking approval to purchase one demonstration unit, pipe bursting machine and accessories. This unit will be able to burst 6, 8, and 10-inch water main pipe. So this machine that we have, that we're talking about today, is a rental unit that the district's been utilizing for the pipe bursting projects in 2022. We've also been accumulating rental credits as we use that for our demo throughout the year, and those will be applied toward the purchase with a savings of over $100,000 to our purchase. Business case analysis was conducted by our accounting team, and based on a quote received on the new unit, which would reflect a higher purchasing price, the demonstration unit. The business case confirmed that purchasing the demonstration unit was much more advantageous than purchasing a new one. Furthermore, analysis showed a measurable cost savings of pipe bursting over traditional pipe replacement methods, and the payback is less than 1 year based on the first 5 pipe bursting pilot projects that we've done. With that, I'll keep it brief. Any questions on that item?
Mike, this is Mike McGowan.
Yes.
One quick question. We get the credits for the rental that we paid out. Were the rental charges, were they expensed or capitalized?
I'm hearing a bird over my shoulder say that they were expensed.
So will that expense be reversed when we get credit for them and be a reduction to current expenses?
I might now appropriately acknowledge the bird over my shoulder and let Mr. Schaffert answer those questions.
Good morning, Joe Schaffert, Chief Financial Officer for the district. Director McGowan, that's exactly correct. To the extent the accounting needs to be modified and reverse expense that we've recorded to date, that will occur.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Very good. Any other questions? Thank you.
Director of Plant Engineering, Stephanie Henn, will review the acceptance of contracts and payments of final estimates.
Good morning. Stephanie Henn, Director of Plant Engineering. I have the next 3 agenda items, and I plan to be very brief. We're going to start with tab number 6, which is our finals letter this morning. We have 4 finals on there this month, all water development projects. I just want to touch on items A and B. There are change orders associated with both of those items. The costs have already been approved by the developer on both of these items. On item A, this is an overall 3.6% increase on the contract, mainly due to supply chain issues and some large rubble encountered during a large bore under West Maple Road. Item B has a 2.8% overall increase, and this was due to the fact that the developer decided to lay out their subdivision differently after they originally requested it, and so they requested a redesign from the district. So approving these finals also approves those corresponding change orders. Any questions on tab number 6? Wonderful. Moving on to tab number 7. We have a change order for the West Dodge Pump Station. As we've been telling you, we've been building the West Dodge Pump Station near 153rd and West Dodge Road. Contractor is Hawkins Construction, and the change order amount is $56,416. We began this project in the spring of 2022. This change order entails 7 kind of miscellaneous items that are all happening as a part of facilitating the construction, including some extra floor drains, some wiring, some additional steel. Originally, we had planned to pour the concrete at 6 inches thick. During construction, we decided to go to 7 in order to be able to park some of our larger construction vehicles out there in order to diversify some of our crews in the future if we wanted to do that. And probably the most notable item on this change order is there was a small error in the drawings done by our consultant. So nearly 40% of this change order is due to that, but our consultant is paying for that. So the district will be reimbursed for that. Any questions? Wonderful. We will be moving on to the letter behind tab number 8. This is our water infrastructure contract partnerships for 2023 2024, and 2025. The letter outlines our current plan to accomplish our replacement goals as a part of the district's water infrastructure replacement program. Management is proposing that the president be allowed to enter into partnerships with 4 contractors for this work. We're proposing an extension of 3 years for our established partners through 2025 with Roloff Construction, M.E. Collins Contracting, and Hymas Corporation. We're also proposing a 1-year partnership through 2023 with Murphy Pipeline, who did quality work for us in 2022 for the first time. Approximately 5 years ago, the district began establishing water infrastructure partnerships in order to accomplish our water replacement goals. These partnerships have turned out to be very valuable. Trust and relationships have been built on both sides of these partnerships. The district knows that we have contractors to do this work and accomplish some of our goals. The contractor knows that they have work coming to keep their local businesses thriving, and the contractor is more willing to invest time, energy, money, equipment, training, personnel, knowing that that work is coming. As this program has come about, we've gotten to be very flexible on type of material and type of installation. These days, we're able to use HDPE pipe, PVC pipe, ductile iron, whether that's direct replacement, directional drilling, structural lining, pipe bursting. We've really come a long way just figuring out how to do that. And as we're looking at those different projects, figuring out which goes to which contractor is based on cost, product availability, contractor experience, ease of installation, impact to our customers, and material suited for certain projects. So it's been really nice to have that kind of flexibility. We don't have final pricing yet. Each of these projects is negotiated every year per project. And if at any time the prices cannot be agreed upon between either party can walk away. We're currently negotiating the prices for the 2023 construction season. At this point, some of the water mains the designs are not yet complete. So the contractor has not been able to estimate those projects until they see those final drawings. Also, we're proposing that these partnerships, some of them go 3 years into the future. There would be no way that the contractor would know yet what the labor and material costs are. So that's why we negotiate them every year. Our water replacement goals for 2022 is 16 miles, and we have similar goals for the next few years. We do reevaluate these each year, and if the costs come in less, we're going to do more miles. If we have more money, we're going to do more miles. We're always looking at ways to mitigate that risk. So whether that's more condition assessment, more replacement, whatever, we're going to be able to spend what's in the budget. Thank you for your past support in our water infrastructure goals. We know that these are significant expenditures, and we appreciate your past backing. Approval of this request would allow the president to enter into partnerships with our established and new partners for 1 to 3 years with Roloff Construction, M.E. Collins, Hymas Contracting, and Murphy Pipeline. Is there any questions I can answer?
You might have said this, Steph. If you did, I apologize. The Murphy Pipeline 1-year contract, is that merely due to just having limited experience with them?
Yes, good. Thank you. We've only done one project with them, and typically what we've done, setting the precedence, when we start with the new contractor, we only try and do it for 1 year, make sure everything's going well, and if it is, then we would recommend a longer duration after that.
Sure, thank you.
You bet.
I just wanted to add just one little bit of commentary to this. Thank you, Stephanie. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
And when you rolled through the things we've been doing in the last 4 to 5 years, would you do that one more time for me?
You betcha. As far as method,
Pipe bursting, yeah.
You bet. As far as type of pipe, we're HDPE, PVC, ductile iron, direct replacement, pipe bursting, directional drilling, structural lining.
Okay, and it took a leap of faith by this board, and we can't thank you enough to let us enter into contracts. This coincides with my tenure. One of the things I interviewed on was we have to give more attention to infrastructure replacement. And previous president and I agreed this is the time, but we couldn't do it with just bidding one project at a time. So to let us do the partnerships, but I can't tell you, I can't express enough how well M.U.D staff has risen to the occasion of innovation and efficiency and those things with putting new pipe in the ground and getting our distribution system in the condition it needs to be. We've gone from not really single digits, I don't want to say, to double digits, and we have hope for the future, but we're also finding we didn't think of conditional assessment 4 years ago, but we're doing it. We didn't think of all these alternative methods, and we are going to reduce the cost per mile because of the innovation and what staff has done and how we've all grown. So we're going to start talking about the budgeted amount instead of just talking about the miles as goals, and you're going to start hearing that because we think we're going to be able to do more miles with the amounts we're budgeting. So you're going to hear, but we can't thank you enough. It really, one of the barriers to not having contractors was bidding one project at a time, and you knocked down that barrier. Staff has risen to the occasion, and it's a great story, and the future is bright. We have a daunting effort ahead of us, but
Right.
I know we can do it, and it's critically important to the sustainability of this public utility.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steph, one final question.
Sure.
How many district crews do we have working on water infrastructure?
We actually have 2 dedicated water IR crews right now. One was started in 2019 and the other one was started in 2021, and they are solely dedicated to water infrastructure replacement.
And it's those 2 crews that complete the 7 to 8 miles per year as we've outlined going forward to 2027.
For the most part. There also is some other crews that are doing work like on city projects where we end up doing some replacement, but the majority of it is done by those 2 water IR crews.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Vice President of Procurement and Enterprise Services, John Zellers, will now review the bids and materials and contracts.
All right, good morning. John Zellers, Vice President, Procurement and Enterprise Services. Bids on materials and contracts may be found under tab 9. There are 3 items that I'd like to discuss this morning, and the first may be found at the top of page 1. We are asking the board to hold over the first item related to the installation of water mains in the Cedar Creek Hollow and not act on it today. This item will be brought back to the board next month. The next item, or excuse me, the next 2 items may be found under the ratification heading on page 2. We are asking the board for ratification of the purchase of 6 heavy-duty extended cab 4x4 chassis and 1 medium-duty regular cab 4x4 chassis. The heavy-duty chassis will replace 2 trucks, each in construction, water distribution, and field services. The medium-duty chassis will replace a welder truck in field services. We continue to be challenged with obtaining vehicles due to limited supply and high demand in the market. In mid-October, we were informed that Ford was opening its order bank for these type of vehicles on November 7th and would likely close the following day. In the past, these order banks would remain open for 3 to 4 months, but due to the limited supply and high demand, order slots are filling within 24 hours. At that time, both Dodge and Chevy were not accepting orders or did not have vehicle pricing. In order to meet the order bank window, purchasing solicited bids through our standard process, in which none were received, as Ford had not committed to government pricing and dealers were unwilling to provide pricing for the bids. At that time, there was not a current state of Nebraska contract for these type of vehicles that we could leverage. On November 4th, we were informed that Ford would be accepting government orders and open an order bank on November 14th that would likely close the following day. We reached out to 4 Ford dealers requesting quotes so that we could be included in the order window. Otherwise, we would likely have to wait until next fall to place an order with delivery in 2024, and we would likely incur a model year price increase. We placed the orders with the dealers that provided the lowest quote. Since that time, the state of Nebraska has awarded a contract for the medium-duty chassis at the same price of the quote that we received. And that's all I plan to discuss this morning, but would be happy to answer any questions.
John, Mike McGowan.
Yes.
On page 2, the Florence Primary Basin Cathodic Protection Replacement, I noticed that engineering estimate was $575,000. Commonwealth bid $289,000, quite a bit lower. The other two were higher. How is Commonwealth so low?
So both Lake Superior and CorePro are vendors that are not local. Commonwealth is local. So within Lake Superior and CorePro's bids is included transportation, lodging, and those type of things to bring their forces in. Commonwealth is local. Commonwealth is also currently on the site and is a subcontractor for the current work that's going on out there right now. And so they were able to leverage that and provide a more favorable pricing for us.
Okay, thank you. I think it's great, but I was just kind of curious why it came in so low.
Yeah, that is quite a discrepancy.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Services and Extensions, Vice President of Engineering, Masania, will review the proposed main extensions. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Masania, Vice President of Engineering. This morning I'll be speaking to you about the main extensions letter behind tab 10. This month there are 4 gas and 4 water main extensions. The impact of the water main extensions includes fire protection and water service to 136 residential lots, 1 commercial lot, 5 industrial lots, and a school. These projects are in subdivisions 4 and 7. On the gas, the impact of the gas main extensions include service to 423 residential lots, 1 multifamily lot, and 18 commercial lots. These are in subdivisions 1, 2, and 6. I'll just highlight one of the main extensions and one of the gas main extensions. Starting on page 2 at the very bottom of the letter, number 3, Grandview Ridge Estates subdivision revision. This revision seeks board approval for $73,778 in additional estimated spending. All of this will be paid by adjacent development, not by the district. This work was originally approved by the board on April 5th, 2017, in the amount of $502,272. So all the interior mains in this subdivision were installed. That way the homes being built could be served. However, the water mains along F Street were held off due to some pending road improvement work and to avoid the risk of having to relocate some of those new mains. Since that time, the way development has occurred around Grandview Ridge Estates, we've been able to feed the water system with interior mains. So it eliminated the need for the 12-inch main between 207th and 209th Street. So this revision is for the removal of the water main in F Street and finalizing the cost to pay to complete the approach main and connection. This happens because of engineering continually evaluating these mains coming in and making sure we're building the system in the most efficient, optimal way. So kudos to the engineering design team on that. On page 3, I'd like to highlight number 2 for the gas mains. This is the Crossroads project, which will include main extensions through this redevelopment of the former mall site. This high-profile project at the northwest corner of 72nd and Dodge Street covers over 40 acres of redevelopment, so approximately 30 football fields. The new buildings will include a mix of office, retail, entertainment, hotel, and residential living spaces that will be looking to use natural gas service. There are district costs involved on this one, $25,800 involved to oversize the gas mains in this development. And with that, I'd take on any questions that you may have.
Mas, I've got 2 questions, and these are more general in nature. As Vice President of Engineering, you oversee many things, one of them being our water infrastructure replacement program. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion in recent days, and there will be discussion going forward. I just want to allow you this opportunity. Can you remind the board and perhaps share with the public, you've been in this position for quite some, some time at the district. Can you remind the board and share with the public your background and your qualifications that you brought to this position?
Sure. And I'd like to say that the infrastructure replacement program, it's it's a company-wide effort, and a lot of the planning does start in engineering, but there's a lot of collaboration with all the departments involved because we're touching so many parts of the city there. My experience with it is I've been here at the district for 22 years, everything from project management of water mains early on in my career to the design side, both gas and water mains, and more recently around the planning aspect of it with asset management and working with the team to help build our risk model to evaluate which mains we go after to replace. And that really building that risk model with the team and a consultant with experience building risk models for other utilities, it's a great learning opportunity. We had some of the best data out there with over 60 years of main break data to help build that. So I learned a lot through that whole process, incorporating what we've done, learned, collaborated with over the years, and I think we're in a great position with the team that we have in place.
And where were you educated at?
University of Nebraska-Lincoln,
Okay.
So a Cornhusker.
And you have your PE?
I do.
Do you still get carded going into bars?
Sometimes, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Bailey. All right, thank you.
Personnel, Vice President of Human Resources, Bonnie Savine, will review employee wage and/or salary increases and ratifications.
Good morning. Bonnie Savine, Vice President, Human Resources. I will start with some recaps on employee counts, and we'll jump right in. End of November 2021, we had 828 regular full-time employees and 3 regular part-time employees. That gave us a total of 831. To end November of 2022, we had 861 regular full-time employees and 3 regular part-time. I'm going to rephrase that, 841 regular full-time and 3 regular part-time for a total of 846. Those numbers do not add up. I'll have my staff double check that before I end here. Okay, I'm sure they're chatting me right now. We had 6 temporary part-time employees and 3, those were 3 interns and 3 temporary part-time retirees, actually. A quick review of jobs that are actively in various stages of the job placement process. We have 5 jobs with requisitions that are routing through the approval process. We have 12 jobs that are currently posted. 3 are internal only and 9 are external only. And then we have 12 jobs in the application review or interview stages. 4 jobs have 12 selected candidates, and I will mention the bulk of those 12 selected candidates are new pipe layer trainees, and the construction staffing continues to be an entry point for many of our new hires at the district, and it also continues to be a division or department that feeds a lot of the other divisions within the district. So maintaining full staffing in that area has always been a challenge. We have been working really hard this year to reach full staffing, and with the new 9 pipe layer trainees slated for this month, we will be, we believe, within 1 employee of the full 164 headcount budgeted staff for construction. So very pleased with that. And the last comment I will make before jumping to tab 11 is that CFO job placement processing continues. The recruitment component of that process has been completed, candidates evaluated, and interviews will be the next step. We'll keep the Personnel Committee and Board informed as we continue through that process.
Hey, Bonnie, how many has that process cooled down to that are going to be interviewed?
We have 6 right now that we plan to interview.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Behind tab 11, you will find the wage and/or salary increases and ratifications letter. Human Resources is recommending the Board of Directors approve wage or salary increases for 14 employees this month. We have 6 OAC employees that are on the letter for a regular promotion. We have 1 that is getting a promotion due to natural job progression, and we have 7 SPA jobs that are on the letter. 2 of those are OAC employees currently promoting into an SPA role. And finally, at the bottom of the letter, we have 2 new hire ratifications in our information technology department. Do you have any questions?
I'm curious about the pool for CFO candidates. How did you cast your net nationally and through a search service, or how did that work?
Thanks for the question. We began with we did not use a search service to begin with. We did pull information on a few that we could use should we determine that we weren't getting a qualified group with a large enough group to pick from. Our recruitment process included local and national outreach. We utilized both local resources online, newspaper advertisements. We used our industry groups, APGA, AGA, and AWWA, to utilize their career posting boards and outlets. And that's how we acquired our candidates.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bonnie, what role, if any, does Joe Shafford have in the selection process? And if not, why not?
Thanks. That's a good question. Joe has been involved. Joe helped us to review and update the job description. He has participated in all of the reviews of the candidates, and he has been a major influence on the determination of those that we will interview. So he will continue to be a part of that.
Will there be a training period involved, hopefully, before we part ways?
Yes, thank you. That's also the intention that we have, is Mr. Shafford is agreed to be with us through about the end of March.
Good.
And so our intention is to have at least 2 months for transition between the new CFO and Mr. Shafford.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I will get you the accurate employee count at break. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senior Vice President and General Counsel Mark Mendenhall will now review the proposed claim settlement.
Good morning. Mark Mendenhall, Senior Vice President, General Counsel. Behind tab 12, you will find a letter recommending the board authorize settlement with a law firm, Lamson, Dugan, Murray, to resolve a lawsuit that has been in place since 2016. More details were provided in a confidential communication sent earlier this week. Happy to answer questions in closed session. We do have a closed session on the agenda today. Happy to answer maybe more general questions if you may have them now. Otherwise, that's all I've got.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we will now proceed to the public hearing on the proposed 2023 gas and water budget and proposed gas rate and water rate.
Good morning. I'm Geneva Patterson.
Morning.
Manager of Rates and Regulatory Affairs here at the district, and I will be presenting this year's proposal for the 2023 budget year for both gas and water. The information is found behind tabs 13, 14, and 15. And then following my presentation on rates, Mr. Myers will discuss the expenditures portion of the budget as well as the income statements and water and gas for the water and gas companies. This year, the water budget contains Jay, next slide, please. Thank you. This year's water budget contains a proposed increase that will result in a 4.7% increase to the overall bill for the average residential customer. This equates to $18.57 per year, or an average of $1.55 per month. We are recommending increases to two components of rates, those being commodity component of rates and the water infrastructure replacement component. We propose a 7.1% increase to the commodity component of water rates for all customer classes, with the exception of the wholesale customer class. Our recent cost of service study indicates a need for a higher percentage increase for that customer class to align revenue more closely with the cost of providing service for that customer class. The second component that we're requesting an increase to is the water infrastructure replacement charge, and that increases to all customer classes. That's 50 cents a month increase for the average residential customer, with a like percentage increase for all rate classes. These proposed increases will generate approximately $5.2 million in commodity or operating revenue, plus an additional $2.4 million in infrastructure revenue, for a total of approximately $7.6 million in incremental funds. And those funds are needed due to the current inflationary environment, also to fund the increased rate of water main replacement, condition assessment, and leak detection, as well as to fund debt service costs associated with the bond that was issued in October 2022, and this increase will cover a full year of carrying costs for that bond issuance in 2023. No increase.
Excuse me, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Just to clarify, when was the last time the district implemented an increase in its water infrastructure rate, the WAR?
The last increase was in 2014. The rate history, it was implemented in 2008. It was increased in 2010, again in 2014, and then we are proposing another increase now. So it's been a while.
Thank you.
Thank you. So again, no increase is being proposed for the service charge. And for the aforementioned proposed rate increases, we are requesting an effective date of January 2nd, 2023. Next slide, please. This chart is a side-by-side comparison of each component of the average residential customer's 2022 and 2023 budgeted charges based on normal weather. The bar on the left represents their budgeted annual bill for 2022, while the bar on the right represents the budgeted annual bill for 2023. Starting at the top of each bar and working our way to the bottom, that first yellow slice there, the $7, is the 2% statutory requirement. The district is required by Nebraska statute to remit 2% of all water sales revenue to the municipality in which the sale occurred. And so you can see that that's not changing in the proposed budget. The next section, the blue section, points out the change in the fixed water infrastructure replacement charge. It's increasing again by 50 cents a month for the average residential customer, from $4 to $4.50 a month. And then the next two slides, the orange and teal, represent the 7.1% increase to the commodity charges. The orange being the water infrastructure replacement component of infrastructure, and the teal being the commodity, the base commodity, which generates revenue for the district's operations. The very last section, the green, represents the service charge and highlights again that there is no increase being requested in that component of rates. The final point to make that I want to point out on this slide is noted at the very bottom of each bar. It points out that water usage continues to decline from year to year. We projected 2022's usage to be 104.3 CCF, which in gallons is 78,000 gallons. And we are showing a decline. We're projecting a decrease in usage for the average residential customer in 2023 to 102.4 CCF, which is the equivalent of 76,600 gallons. Next slide, please. So each year, the district participates in the Memphis Gas, Light, and Water Annual Survey. It's a utility survey that they ask for participants from around the country to participate in. And this water slide, these are the results from this year's water survey. The chart depicts water charges billed at rates that were in effect in January of 2022 for residential customers having a 5/8 inch meter who've used 10 CCF of water, which is the equivalent of 7,480 gallons. The district is represented by the green bar. January's rates resulted in charges of $34.67, which is 16th out of the 40 participants. So approximately 60% of the 40 participants have charges in their area higher than what the district has. The black bar represents the district's placement, if today's proposed increases are approved. And you can tell that the placement remains the same at 16th out of 40. Next slide, please. For the 2023 budget on the gas side, the budget contains a 3.3% increase to the average residential gas customer's annual bill, which is estimated to be approximately $814.24 in 2023 versus $788.11 in 2022. That's a change of $26.13 per year, or if you want to spread that over a 12-month period, it's about $2.18 a month. This is effectuated by a 2.5% increase to margin for all customer classes, as well as an increase to the gas infrastructure replacement charge, also 50 cents a month for the average residential customer, with a like percentage increase for all customer classes. And again, no rate increase is being requested for the service charge this year. The proposed commodity and gas infrastructure increases are projected to generate approximately $3.2 million in incremental revenue in 2023. And the increase is driven by an increased cost of operations due to the current inflationary environment, ongoing infrastructure replacement costs, and debt service costs associated with a planned fourth quarter bond issuance in October of 2023 to fund the new construction center and renovations at the existing construction center. Next slide, please. So normally at this point on the water side, we had a bar graph, but before we move on to the bar graph, I wanted to break down the costs of the average residential customer. This chart is grouping those costs of their annual bill into two categories. The first section being the pass-through costs, which are costs that are collected and passed on or remitted to others, and the second category being the costs to fund district operations. Under the first indented bullet, we'll talk about the pass-through costs. That $15.80 is the largest portion of the gas costs, and that is the cost of natural gas. It's the cost that we pay for the gas, and no additional charges are added onto that. We bill the customers what we pay for gas. Our estimate projects a $15.80 per year increase compared to last year's budget for the average residential customer. The 41 cent, the district is required by Nebraska statute to remit 2% on all gas sales, just as we are on the water side, for all sales made inside city limits. The $2.16 decrease for transportation demand charges, those are the charges that we pay the pipeline, for space on the pipeline to get the natural gas to our service area. And just to be clear, that is a fixed charge that has not changed from the prior year's charge. The reason the cost is decreasing is because we're projecting an increased number of customers, and so it's being spread over a larger customer base, and therefore we see a decrease in that area. And so those pass-through costs are $14.05. Under the second indented bullet, we've itemized the district's costs that fund district operations. Peak shave cost is represented by the $5.07 amount. These are primarily to fund bond carrying costs related to the LNG plant expansion. In the event of a cold weather event, such as what we experienced in February of 2021, our peak shaving facilities allow us to meet demands without having to purchase gas at a higher price during those times of crisis. And then the base commodity charge is represented by the $1.01. That's where we're requesting the 2.5% increase to the base margin. The increase here is partially mitigated in most cases by usage that is projected to continue to decline. And mitigated, I say mitigated because the commodity charge is a volumetric fee. The next line, zero increase you see to the service charge, and then there's a $6 increase in the gas infrastructure replacement rider. Again, that's the 50 cents per month or $6 a year. So again, what this highlights is that of the $26.13 that we expect the average residential customer's bill to increase by in 2023, $14.05 of that is due to pass-through costs, primarily the cost of gas. And then I also just want to point out, if the actual cost of gas is lower than is reflected in budget, then that will result in lower bills for our customers and also serve to offset the impact of the proposed rate increase. Next slide, please. The next two slides provide the same data that was in the previous slide. However, it's in a bar format instead. So first, the pass-through costs. And again, what stands out here in the blue section is that the majority of those pass-through costs are related to the cost of gas. Next slide, please, Jay. Thank you. And then this bar chart represents excuse me, the operating costs. The second section, the teal-colored section, is where we see the $6 annual increase to the gas infrastructure replacement charge, $42 in 2023 compared to $36 a year in 2022. The dollar change in base commodity charge, and then the $5 change in peak shaving costs, also reflected here. Next slide, please. And finally, here we are back to, what's familiar. It's those two bar charts combined, and it contains both the pass-through costs and the operational costs. In the 2022 budget, as depicted by the bar on the left, the average residential gas customer was budgeted to use 772 therms of gas at an annual cost of $788. Compared to 761 therms of gas in the 2023 budget at a cost of $814. This results in a 3.3% increase compared to last year's budget, and again, that equates to $26.13 for the year. $16 of that total $26 difference is attributable to the cost of gas, and the remaining being peak shaving and the base commodity charge and gas infrastructure replacement. I should also point out here the average residential customer is projected to use fewer therms of gas in 23 compared to 2022. Next slide, please. So again, our participation in the Memphis Gas, Light, and Water's National Comparison Survey on the gas side is shown here. Bills were calculated using January 2022 gas rates for 20 decatherms of gas. The green bar represents billed charges using January 2022 gas rates, and we are ranked the 9th lowest of 40 participants, which puts us lower than 78% of the survey participants. The black bar represents charges using 2023's proposed gas commodity and infrastructure rate changes, but uses 2022's cost of gas and highlights that still 75% of survey participants have higher charges than ours. I would like to point out that since the cost of gas is the largest component of our gas charges and it fluctuates so dynamically, I felt like it was important to keep 2022's cost of gas in that 23 projection as to highlight only the impact of the rate increases that we're proposing and not skew the results by the unknown future cost of gas.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes.
On that chart, I don't see, maybe I'm missing it, Black Hills and Mid-American. Did they not participate?
They did not participate in this survey, but we do compare our gas bills on a monthly basis, our monthly
Right,
gas
I see it
changes.
in the monthly report, but I just was curious where they were at on this.
I can go back and look at their January charges and incorporate that into a slide and get that to you today.
No, that's okay. I can see it in the monthly report. I was just kind of curious that they don't participate.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. That's fine. I can see the monthly report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And so our final slide combines the 2022 and 2023 gas and water budget proposals, showing the impact to the average residential customer who uses both gas and water. Their combined gas and water charges are projected to increase from 2022's budget by $44.80 combined annually, or 3.8% for the year, keeping in mind that the cost of gas is the dynamic component, which is subject to frequent change based on market and weather conditions. And because of its volatility, if cost of gas is lower than projected, the overall bill will be lower and perhaps offset the impact of the proposed rate increases. Are there any questions? That concludes my portion of the presentation. No questions? Okay, great. Before I take my seat, I just want to say thank you to Jill Albers. She's my senior rate analyst, and between the two of us, she's my right hand. And so, Jill, I know you're watching. Thank you.
Geneva, thanks for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Myers, Vice President of Accounting. I'll be presenting the expenditure side of the budget as well as the income statements for both the water and gas companies and the impact on cash balances. Starting on slide 13, if you can switch to that, Jay. These pie charts provide just some perspective on the size of the district's annual budget. So the combined spending for water and gas is nearly $605 million in 2023. The Water Department is budgeted to spend $261 million, with nearly half of that being the capital expenditures. And the Gas Department is projected to spend $343.7 million. That includes the cost of gas that we pass through to our customers. That's about 51% of the total. Turning to slide 14, this presents some of the shared expenditures and the budget assumptions related to employee compensation and benefits. The budgeted payroll for 2023, including benefits, is $141.2 million. This is increasing from $132.7 million. Pay increases are based on several factors. You can see listed here, the labor negotiations are in progress with the current contract expiring on March 31st. We also evaluate various pay scales, current market labor rates, and historical cost of living increases. And the payroll budget also includes other things like progression increases for employees who aren't at the top of their respective pay scales, promotions, and other staffing changes. We also remain committed to fully funding our promises to employees. We've budgeted for district contributions to the pension plan of $11.1 million and $11.7 to the OPEB plan for retiree medical expenses. Contributions to both of these plans are expected to exceed the actuarial required levels, and that's been our practice the past several years. The intention there is to overfund these plans to improve or to pay down the unfunded liability and increase the funding percentage. And just as a reminder, at December of 2021, the funded ratio for the pension plan was 97%. Another thing impacting the district's contributions is the employee contributions. Under the current labor agreement, the employees' contribution will increase from 8.5% to 9% beginning in January 1. Turning to slide 16, we'll look at water operations, starting with capital expenditures. We're planning to spend $131.5 million in 2023. That's up $44 million compared to the 2022 budget. The most significant increase there is in the spending on water mains. We've budgeted to spend $85 million for construction of water mains. That's up $32 million, largely due to continued growth in commercial and residential development and rising construction costs. Offsetting that, we do have $34.7 million of developer contributions, and that's up $14.5 million compared to 2022. And then we have buildings, land, and equipment that's increasing by $11.7 million due to capital improvements at the 3 water treatment plants, most of which will be funded with proceeds from the bonds we just issued in October. In total, we're planning for $31.8 million of bond proceeds to be used for capital expenditures this year in 2023. So if you take that 31.8 and the 34.7 million of developer contributions, reducing that from the 131.5 million, that leaves about 65 million, or about half, that we're funding through our operating cash. Turning to slide 17, we just have a few slides here to discuss water infrastructure replacement. There was some good discussion on that earlier in Stephanie's presentation. The budget contains $30.9 million to replace 16 miles of water mains at an average of $1.9 million a mile. As was discussed, we continue to look for ways to reduce that cost per mile. We talked about the purchase of a pipe bursting machine and different types of materials. And that will definitely help. We do expect, we're currently projecting to complete 17.4 miles in 2022, which would exceed our 16-mile target for the year. Continuing on slide 18, in addition to water main replacement, doing a number of other things to mitigate our risk, including condition assessment, leak detection, and data analysis of main breaks. And as discussed, we're expanding our condition assessment program to 4 miles this year in 2023 compared to 2 miles in 2022. The next slide shows a 5-year projection of our main replacement and condition assessment. By 2025, we're expecting to reach 25 miles, and we'll spend at least $30 million a year over that 5-year period. And so as Mr. Doyle mentioned earlier, we're focusing on the dollar spent, and with that $30 million, $30.9 million in 2023, as we become more efficient and can reduce the cost per mile, we'll certainly do more miles than we have displayed on the screen here. Switching to slide 20. This is the income statement view for water operations, comparing the 2023 budget to a 2022 projection. And the projection represents 9 months of actuals through September and then 3 months of estimated expenses. We're using this projection rather than budget just to highlight the strong sales we've experienced here so far this year, which is impacting the numbers for 2022 and will help us to start with a strong cash position going into 2023. So the water department is budgeting for $156 million of revenue. That's an increase of 1.9. You can see that next to that top blue arrow. The top line there, water sales, is actually declining 0.4, or 400,000. The rate increases that Geneva mentioned will generate about $5.7 million of revenue for water sales, but that's being more than offset by returning back to more normal water usage assumed in the budget for 2023. You can see on the infrastructure line there, the second line, that's 2.1 million increase. 1.9 of that is related to the increase in the WER fee that Geneva talked about, with the rest being related to customer growth. And then we have about 200,000 increase in other operating revenue. The expenses are increasing 22.5 million, as shown next to that lower blue arrow. 14.4 of that is related to operating and maintenance expense, largely driven by the increase in payroll and benefit costs, but also higher operating expenses at the 3 water treatment plants, such as chemicals and electric power. And even though the volumes are planned to be lower than that projection, we're expecting higher chemicals costs due to significant increases in pricing that we've experienced. Same with the electric power. We've planned for assumed rate increases for electrical charges. Depreciation expenses increasing 6.5 million, largely due to the increase in the capital expenditures, and then also a full year of depreciation on assets that were acquired, constructed in 2022. And interest expense is increasing 1.8 million, largely due to a full year of interest on the new bonds that were issued in October. That results in a net income of 16.3 million, down 20.5 million compared to the 2022 projection, but it's very close to what we had actually budgeted for 2022, which was 17.3 million. Turning to slide 21, this shows the cash flow view of the budget for water operations. As I mentioned, we're starting out with a strong cash position. We're expecting to start the year with 119 million or 482 days cash on hand. The green bars show the increases there, and the red bars show the decreases. The increases include the net income of 16.3 million. Included in that net income is depreciation expense of 27.2 million. That's a non-cash expenditure, so we add that back to the cash budget. And then we have contributions of 39.1 million. That includes the developer contributions that I mentioned, plus impact fees. Capital expenditures are reducing the cash by 99.6. That's the capital expenditures budget excluding amounts funded by bond proceeds. And then we have debt service payments of 16.9 million, showing a planned cash reduction of 34 million for 2023, bringing us to 85.1 million or 298 days cash on hand. Turning to the next slide, this shows the planned bond debt outstanding at December 31st of each of these years. The yellowish bar at the top there is the 63 million that we issued in October, and total bonds outstanding at December of 2022 will be 249.4 million. The dark green bar you see in 2025 is a planned bond financing to cover additional spending on capital improvement projects at the water treatment plants, construction of a reservoir, and other system improvements. And then the next slide shows the debt service requirements, principal and interest payments on that debt, ranging from 25.4 million in 2023 to 32.9 million when you get to 2027. Switching to gas operations on slide 25.
Hey, Mark? Real quick on the debt service slide there. Is that debt service, does that include, that's interest and principal reduction?
Yes, that's correct. Principal and interest payments.
Thank you.
Slide 25 shows the capital expenditures on the gas side of the business. We're budgeting for 101.4 million, which is an increase of 8.6 compared to the 2022 budget. Some of the more significant increases include 4.7 for construction center projects. So we have a total of $10 million included in the budget for building Construction Center 2, referring to as CC2, and renovations at the original Construction Center, or CC1. Those are both planned to be funded with bonds that we would issue in late 2023. We're planning to issue about $66.6 million to spend on those projects through 2026. We also have a $3.5 million increase in information technology spending due to the digital platform modernization initiative, and an increase of $1.4 million for motor vehicles, largely due to just increased cost of vehicles. Finally, we're planning to spend $30.4 million on the LNG and propane plants, a decrease of $4.3 million as we continue to make progress on the vaporization and liquefaction projects. Most of this spending will also be funded by bonds. So in total of that $101.4 million, we're planning to fund $63.4 million of that with bond proceeds, either using funds that were received with the March of 2022 issue or the new bonds that we plan to issue in 2023. The next slide, slide 26, discusses the gas infrastructure replacement program. The budget includes $21.5 million for the replacement of 40 miles of gas mains and services. And that 40 miles will continue into 2024 and then start to decline as we near the completion of the replacement of those mains. But we'll continue with the infrastructure program beyond cast iron mains, and the next phase may include moving meters from inside to outside. And although we're planning to exceed our water infrastructure goal for 2022, we're not expecting to reach the 40-mile target of gas main replacement in 2022. That's largely due to supply chain issues that have limited the availability of materials, and also work on some larger, more complex projects this year that have taken more time to complete. Turning to slide 27, this is the income statement for the gas side of the business. The gas department is planning for net revenue of $117.1 million. That's a decrease of 4.4. Again, the strong sales this year have boosted the numbers for 2022, which is impacting the comparison to the projection. We do plan to return to normal volumes in 2023 as budgeted. The impact of that higher sales in 2022 is a reduction of $13.4 million, and that's mostly offset by the margin increase that Geneva mentioned, increasing by $900,000, and the gas infrastructure replacement fee adding another $2.2 million. Also impacting that is within the cost of gas there, we net the CPEP rebates that we retain, and the amount of those rebates is increasing by $4 million in 2023, so that's an improvement to the net revenue. On the expense side, we're planning for a total increase of $4.6 million. Within that, operating and maintenance expenses going up $1.7. There are similar increases in terms of payroll and benefit costs and a few other operating expenses, but that's being offset to some extent by additional amounts of expense, general administrative expense that's getting charged to capital as we continue to spend more on capital spend projects. Depreciation is going up $1.8 million, also due to higher capital spending, and interest expense is increasing $1.1 due to the 22 bonds that were issued and the new bonds that we're planning for 2023. That results in net income of $26.3 million, which is down 8.2 compared to the 2022 projection. Turning then.
Hey, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Question, just to make sure, I think I understand this, but the rebates that we get from the gas purchase program, those are offsets, booked as offsets to expense and not going into the pass-through of the gas cost?
Correct. They lower the cost of gas sold that you see on this income statement view here, so that 174.9 is net of CPEP rebates that we would receive and retain of $7.3 million.
But when you say retain those rebates, they go in as a reduction in expense for but not part of the pass-through, a reduction of the pass-through to the gas cost?
Correct.
Okay. So that's a credit to our expense?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, turning to slide 28, you can see the cash flow view of the gas operations. We're planning to start the year with $158.3 million at the end of 2022, actually increasing by $19 million to $177.3 million at the end of 2023, going from 220 days cash on hand to 280 days cash on hand. And then switching to the next slide, you can see the outstanding debt for the gas operations. The teal-colored green, or the teal-colored blue and the light green are the bonds we issued in March of 2022. It was actually one issuance, but we split the proceeds to fund gas infrastructure replacement and the LNG plant renovations, so you can see the impact of those there. And the gold or yellow color near the top is the funding that we're planning in late 2023 for the construction center projects. And then the green bar at the top, the $7.5 million, when we issued bonds for the LNG project in 2022, we intentionally excluded the contingency amounts that were factored into those cost estimates. So this would be additional funding should we need to use those contingency dollars. If we don't need those funds, we won't issue additional debt for those. And then finally on slide 30 is the debt service requirements related to that debt we just mentioned. It ranges, 2023 is planned at $11.1 million, going up to $15.7 million thereafter. And that is all I have to present unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's
I would just
detail.
like-
Excuse me.
Sorry, Tanya, I just have a comment. I'd like to thank you, Mark, and Geneva, and your entire team for putting this detailed budget together. I know it's a lot of work, and you spent a lot of time over the last several months doing it, but did a great job, your entire team did, and we have a good, strong, detailed budget to operate our company into the 2023. And I just want to say thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Director McGowan. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my team as well. Stephanie Lemons, Beth Van Tyker, Brandon Meisinger also contribute to this process, and I appreciate their help. Thank you.
You know, Mark Doyle, President, one thing that occurred to me in these times of rising gas costs, and I asked staff about this recently, one of the fundamental things we do as a public utility is make in lieu of payments to the cities where we operate, and that is 2% of gross sales on both sides of on both companies, water and gas. And I thought it was interesting. I had a conversation with Mr. Shafford yesterday and the day before that as gas costs go up for us, our in lieu of payments go up for the cities. And I looked at Omaha's, for example, and in 2021, we remit monthly, I think. 2021, the payment to Omaha was $4.9 million. That would be gas and water, more on the gas side than water. 2022, this year, it's up $1.4 million. It's going to be $6.3 million. And next year, we're budgeting 2023, $6.4 million. And we don't see that trend decreasing. And every time we have to, unfortunately, increase our rates, those in lieu of payments go up. I thought that was interesting. That's kind of a unexpected windfall on those that we pay, and I thought that was interesting.
Is this equivalent to a tax? I mean, we use a lot of jargon, but when you come right down to it,
we're criticizing.
like a sales tax.
We don't pay property taxes as a public utility, and years ago, this in lieu of payment was set up to mitigate that. But I don't think property taxes has the same escalator because it's 2% of gross sales. And especially for those that have dealt with tax law and policy, I think that's just interesting enough for me to call that out.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously, 2% sounds like a relatively low number, but when you consider 2% of what? I mean, 2% of the increased cost or the dollar amount they're looking at, that's pretty substantial. That goes to the city.
What I didn't analyze was what was the impact on those just during that month in February where we experienced the polar vortex. I think that's it. Not sure. I just think it's
And this, as far as we know, this goes to the city general fund? I mean, it's not designated to something specific?
Very good question.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Before
Sorry, Tanya. I just want to follow up with Mark Doyle there on that pass-through. That's got to be a lot cheaper than if we were paying property taxes, though, to the city, correct?
Don't know for sure. I just think it's an interesting point to call out since it's a fundamental line item on our budget.
Right. But I think when the legislature passed that and everything, I think we were all kind of happy that they passed that rather than that we incur property taxes on all our assets.
Don't really have a direct answer for that question.
And that probably varies, too. I mean, when was this passed?
Do you know the history, how far back that goes? Yeah.
I mean, dollar amounts certainly change from whatever, 1926, I'm guessing here.
Yeah.
having a little flashback on property tax from the legislature, but before we move on to an invitation for public comment, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Bob Sidzik in the audience today. He was recently elected to this board, and I'd like to welcome him to today's board meeting. Bob, do you want to, because everybody knows what you...
Just stand up.
Just stand up. Thank you, Bob. Congratulations. Congratulations to you, and we very much look forward to having you join the M.U.D. Board of Directors and working with you. Thank you. And you can explain all that stuff that we just went through to us. While I'm at it, Mike, I know you're still there. I'd like to also acknowledge our fellow board member, Mike McGowan, on his recent re-election to the board. Congratulations, Director McGowan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right. Now we will move to the invitation to comment. Are there any members of the public in attendance today who would like to address the board? Okay, I don't hear any. Nobody's poking their head in the back there. Do any board members have any further comments?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to comment on and invite Mr. Mendenhall to the podium. Some might have seen at the City Council meeting yesterday, there was an item on the agenda with regard to the streetcar project in which Mr. Mendenhall presented before the Omaha City Council. And it was a very long meeting, and there were a lot of things said. There was the current mayor, Mayor Stothert, presented. Former Mayor Hal Dobb presented on the topic. A number of developers, and I'll give the floor to Mr. Mendenhall here in a moment to give us some background from the district's perspective, to go on the public record as to some things that were said yesterday that may not have been entirely accurate throughout the course of that meeting. But I do want to commend Mr. Mendenhall for representing the district, as he always does, with great integrity. And he was down there for the entire evening. So with that, I just want to give the floor to Mr. Mendenhall to update the board and the public on that topic and how that discussion went yesterday.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mark Mendenhall, Senior Vice President, General Counsel. Appreciate the words. Yeah, I was present. Obviously, there were comments in the media and video. I wasn't there alone. Mr. Kubat and Mr. Schaffert were there as well, and a variety of our staff, our senior team, fully engaged in communicating with us. I would say that my comments were, and it was unfortunate that as you go to the podium to speak on an item, there's really only two. You're either a proponent or an opponent. And I tried to explain, I wasn't clear apparently to one city council member, but I tried to explain that my comments were not in opposition of this effort. They were much more nuanced, that what I wanted to share with the City Council was the funding mechanism as it's being presented does not include, and we've been asking for months for a commitment from the city that the funding mechanism would cover the costs of utility relocations. We identified, and albeit this is at a 0% design, but our staff, we've got a lot of really smart, hardworking, dedicated engineers and accounting folks, business development people that have been working with the city's employees as well as the consultants at HDR I understand what this impact is. And if I'm maybe at the risk of oversimplifying, I would say that the concept shows a rail system running down Farnham from essentially the old market to the University of Nebraska Medical Center campus, Nebraska Medicine, and then back down Harney. We've identified about 5 miles of water main, 2 miles of gas main. There are over 500 services that are impacted. We've interacted with Kansas City. We've done a variety of research into other municipalities. Omaha's not the first city that's gone through this. Others have done it, and there have been some fights. There have been litigation that I'm aware of in Milwaukee, for example, as well as Cincinnati. And so we've tried to engage them for them to understand, and I believe that there's no dispute that operating the system requires movement of facilities and protection of facilities, which means casing, okay? So you've got a fixed, let's just give an example of a 10-inch water main in Farnham Street, which we all know is a narrow corridor, highly congested. We're not talking 214th and Dodge. This is downtown to midtown, very congested area with parking, with sewers, with fiber, cabling, you name it, I think that they're gonna find it. So we have been working with them to provide an opinion of probable cost, which is a fancy way of saying that we're really trying to understand the implications to this. We estimated approximately $20 million, a little bit more than $20 million of work that would need to be done. And what we said is, and I'm going to go back to 2017. Scott Keep was having conversations with HDR at that time where we said costs could be up to $15 million. And further, you all, our board, expects the project to pay for it. Well, why? Well, because that's how water is developer driven, okay? You all know this. We just went through a variety of extension proposals where the developers are paying. And so the communication at that time didn't seem to be rejected. In fact, a response was that the funding mechanism contained a healthy allowance for dense urban utility relocations. Come this summer, we were informed that that is not the case, that was in doubt, and so we reached out in an effort to have a transparent, open discussion with the city to try to protect the impact that $20 million would have on all of our water rates. And what we suggested as a proposal is let's utilize our risk model that Mr. Nia just explained briefly. The risk model, as you all know, is a tool that scientifically evaluates based on over 60 years of data the risk. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Just because I've got a car that may be 10 years old, well, it's not at the end of its useful life. I'm gonna keep utilizing that. I'm not just gonna spend money to replace parts of my car because it's working just fine. And you all know that now we've identified a variety of tools like this, where we can, in the past, maybe we would have torn up a street and said, well, hell, let's just replace a mile. We're not doing that anymore because we know how expensive it is and how disruptive it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to replace much smaller pieces. And as Mr. Doyle has told me numerous times, we have pulled pipe out of the ground, and this is pipe that's been put in, let's say, from 1990, and there's just a pinhole there. And you get away from that pinhole, and the thickness of the pipe is just fine. There is no loss of integrity. And so you all, are trying to responsibly utilize our customers' dollars in a way that doesn't just broadly place this burden on them to replace everything. And so the proposal was, let us use our risk model. We've identified work that we would do because of the streetcar. Now that there's a rail there, it's increased the consequence of failure. So we'll pay that. We're going to pay it out of the WER. The WER collects dollars for you all based on our recommendations to strategically and responsibly replace over time. We've numbered that at $4.2 million, so that's no small number.
And WER went into effect in 2008, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And what we asked over the course of, I would say, 4 months, and we had communicated how we come to that number. So this was not a $20 million figure that we didn't share how we came to that number. In fact, we had an hour-and-a-half long meeting here just a few weeks ago with our staff and HDR in the city, where we allowed them, really we encouraged them, challenge us on everything that we've got here. And nothing's changed. So we suggested we'll pay the 4.2. The project should pay the rest. Because if it doesn't, and if this board approves the work, the capital work along the streetcar corridor, that's going to mean 18 to 19% on our customers. That's going to mean up to 6% on our 18 to 19% on our water customers, 6% on our gas customers. And you all know our gas and water customers are not limited to the streetcar corridor. We're talking Bellevue, UTAN, La Vista, I mean, everywhere through our 4 counties that we service.
And Mark, at this meeting this morning, we're going to be voting on our 2023 budget, which includes the proposed rate increase as we listened to this morning. Does that rate increase have anything to do with the streetcar project as discussed yesterday?
I was asked that question by a city council member. My answer then is no. My answer today is no, we have not. Mr. Shafford is here. Kick me if I'm wrong. There is no proposed expenditure for the streetcar related to the 7.1 or the 3.3 on gas.
So to be clear, when we talk about $20 million, that is on top of the budget we just discussed and were presented this morning.
Yes.
A rate increase that you just discussed for the streetcar has nothing to do with the budget we're going to vote on this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I would like, Mark Doyle, President, I'd like to caveat it that the 4.2 or 3 is part of our WER budget, if you accept that. Agree? So we're really talking about the difference between that and 20. Agree? I mean, that is one little caveat, and that is responsible. Yeah.
Sure. Joe Shafford, Chief Financial Officer. Just one clarification on that point, Mr. Doyle. That 4.2 was over the multi-year period, so the piece that's in the 2023 budget is substantially smaller than that. It's in the 300, 400,000 range in just 2023, but that is a part of the water infrastructure replacement budget. 5-year view. Yes. 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 Yes.
Mr. Mendenhall, as everybody knows, I was a city employee for 16 years, so in the Human Resources Department. And by the way, Mark's dad, Mike, was the employment manager for the city of Omaha until he left us too soon at the age of 51. So
today, in fact.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So Mark and his family have a great history with the city of Omaha. And those that Mark has been meeting with and the M.U.D team are former colleagues of mine. They're friends of mine who are great public servants, as everybody in this building and throughout the district. Can you share with us who you met with from the city to share this information with?
Well, a variety of staff over the course of a number of meetings, from the mayor to Public Works Director, Public Works staff, city attorney staff, city finance, Mr. Curtis's staff. City Public Works includes their engineering department as well as the consultant representatives at HDR. And those communications were led by a variety of our team, whether it be Mr. Doyle, myself, Mr. Schaffert, Mr. Kubat, Mr. Nia, the engineering staff, Mr. Skovanec, Ms. Langle, a number of people were trying to work to, I guess, avoid what could be described as a public spat, because the district recognizes that does not benefit our customers, which are majority of whom are City of Omaha taxpayers. So, and what I tried to emphasize to them is that the district supports economic development. You all always have. This is not about economic development. This is about a balance between development and affordability. Affordability, okay, well, my Netflix has gone up. This isn't that. This is water out of your tap and gas to heat your home. This is life essential services, and that's the message we tried to convey. Is we want to work with you all. We want the council to expect their staff to work with us. And I heard comments that we should commit, the city should commit to continued discussions. We don't want those discussions in public, and unfortunately, they, at least the city's proposal has been publicly made. So I don't know if I answered your question, Director Ray.
You did, and I have a question maybe for Gina or an engineer to talk about what a conditional assessment is with regard to infrastructure replacement. Thank you, Gina. I know you're a little under the weather with the darn cold this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, Gina Langle, Senior Vice President, Chief Operations Officer, and I've got Masania, Vice President of Engineering as well. So conditional assessment itself is actually looking at the mains physically and seeing if they have the integrity that we want them to have in there. So it's a little bit different than replacement. It's assessing the mains and their physical state to be able to see if they need to have work or replacement done on them.
Thank you. Mas, anything to follow up with?
Mark Mendenhall, this is Mike McGowan. The one comment you made that just strikes me too is this is a rail car system, streetcar system, serving one little section of Omaha. And we have to pay that, if they want us to pay that, and spread the cost over everybody on our system, Ralston, La Vista, and everybody who never use it. I don't understand. Usually with the work we do and the capital we do, we put it in to serve our system, and everybody benefits from it. This one, I just don't see it. I don't see why they would expect us to pay that.
I would just add that from the city's and the developer's perspective, what they have said is that this streetcar will lead to a strong urban core. A strong urban core will benefit the entire community. What I would just add, and what I mentioned yesterday, is this is a small, like you said, a small project area, and it will require a significant reallocation of our resources over a short period of time, whether it be 2024 to 26 or 25 to 27, whatever the time frame is. That is crews or contractors that are not working everywhere else that we need them to be working at, which I think it's difficult to value, but my lay opinion is that creates further risk in our system because that's just parts of our system that aren't being worked because we're focusing on this.
Mark, lastly, I hate to belabor this, but I think it's an important point. There's been a lot of discussion about if the streetcar would go in with the development in that corridor, if that would bring in new customers to the district over a 30-year period. There's been a lot of discussion whether the number of people who that would bring in, or people just relocate to that area who are already our customers. Can you walk us through that?
Yes, and I will probably phone a friend here. The analysis that was provided by the study, by the chamber, by the developers, by the project leaders was the expectation of 30,000 new residents over a period of 30 years. As you all know, the district assumes annual growth at 0.8%. So and I think that's generally accepted. I think that's what we've seen over our history. And so that's what we factored in. A new water customer doesn't generate a lot of revenue. Water is a very capital intensive effort. As you all just heard today, it's $1.9 million to replace 1 mile. And as we have looked at it, and I think that the quote was, the math doesn't add up. As we've looked at it, 30,000 new residents in this corridor, and we're probably in taller buildings, so like apartment complexes where we don't have a meter for every unit. We're talking maybe 1 master meter, that the expected revenue from that over a 30-year period of time wouldn't even cover bond carrying costs. So again, a rate increase would be necessary. And make sure, did I say that all accurately? All right, I'm looking at Mr. Schaffert. He's nodding yes. If you want to add anything.
Joe Schaffert, Chief Financial Officer. You know, that incremental revenue topic has been mentioned on many occasions, and we don't disagree that there is going to be incremental revenue. But Mr. Mendenhall made the point, we already assume a 0.8% growth. That's not aggressive. That's what we've experienced for many years. The thing that I've questioned the consultant with the city on is, we're not arguing that it's economic development. How much can we count on being net new to the district? That's what would defray this. And it's over a 30-year period of time. So effectively, the 30,000 residents, to Mr. Mendenhall's point, the assumption is they're in apartment buildings. So they say 1.25 people per living unit, which results in 24,000 living units, which means they're going to be a bunch of apartments, which is fine. The average apartment's 24 units. You can do the math. An average apartment building for water generates about $2,000 a year. 2,054, you know, factoring the fact that it costs us something to produce water. So that's kind of what it contributes to us. But you can go through so many assumptions, meaning, okay, it's 800 units per year over 30 years. Are 10% net new or 20% net new? What's the net new? So it's the poster child reason why developers pay for water mains. They're very capital intensive. The revenue is uncertain when it occurs, just like in a subdivision. I mean, when Mr. Doyle and I were visiting on this, I'm not minimizing that this is an incredibly significant project for the city, but it's akin to a subdivision. Developers pay for mains in subdivisions because you don't know how long they take to fill up. And if that wasn't the case, you would not be developing subdivisions, or our rates would be dramatically higher if we fronted development. So ours is a philosophical argument. Developers pay for development. That's who's benefiting here. The rest of us, yeah, will it make for a better urban core? We all hope so. We're not arguing that. But I think that's the gist of the revenue argument.
I have one question. Any of the water mains along the proposed route, have they been scheduled for replacement in the next couple of years?
My answer to that, Director Kavanaugh, is no.
Okay, so if we have to redirect our resources from higher risk main areas, those folks don't get their service because we have to redirect our resources for piping that may or may not need to be replaced, probably not in the next couple of years. But we're ignoring the problems that are clear and present.
Well,
that makes sense?
That does. I think that's a fair statement. Certainly, we would try not to ignore it. It's a matter of, do we have the staffing and the resources available to focus on those other efforts?
We don't.
Right.
What's the consequence of saying, you know, we have this project projected, following up on what Tim said, we have this project projected for possibly 2027, and get back to us then? I mean, would they just proceed without our assistance? And do the work without replacing the infrastructure? What would be the consequence?
That's a great question. There is a draft proposed regulation, set of regulations that they've shared. So as we've looked at best practices by talking with these other municipalities that have gone through this, and as we have reviewed these draft regulations, my read on it is that all of the parties agree that best practice says move and relocate, move, and case. So you're gonna shift a line from, if it's within, say, 10 feet of the center line of the track, you're gonna shift it outside of that. So what is the concept? I don't know. I don't know. It's a complicated question, complicated answer.
Seems like a possible compromise, either the developer pay, which clearly that's our policy, and that's what's worked. And I'd say if you vary from that, again, you've got the old friend stare decisis, say then developers just say, wait a minute, what about downtown where you didn't have to charge that to the city? Shouldn't we get a similar deal? So a lot of things to consider.
I would, at the risk of, I guess, belaboring the point, I would say that courts have described the district's, the board's power as plenary, so exclusive control over the waterworks of this system. So you all have the authority to determine what resources are allocated to what projects.
Mark, thanks for walking us through that. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the efforts of Council President Pete Festerson, Council Member Danny Begley, and I hope we can heed the words of Council Member Amy Melton from yesterday, in which she encouraged us to continue the conversations throughout this week up until the council votes next Tuesday. I know there are good people on both sides who have a lot of interest in this, so I would encourage both sides, led by Mr. Mendenhall on our side and Mr. Doyle, of course, to continue those conversations to find a reasonable solution to this.
I just want to add, too, this is not adversarial. This is in a cooperative spirit, and we want to keep it that way.
What are they voting on next Tuesday exactly? What's being voted on by the council?
My understanding, Director McGowan, is that next Tuesday would be the vote on, I guess, approval of the bond, the $360 million bond. Just as you all went through an approval process as the elected officials in October for our water bond, it's a similar process. The elected board is approving and authorizing city officials to move forward with the sale of the bond.
If they move forward with the sale of the bonds and M.U.D is protesting it, who's going to issue the bonds? Will that impact the bond people who are going to issue bonds? They say, hey, this is a risk. You got M.U.D who's opposing this. You know, they're not, maybe wouldn't issue them.
I would say what I know of the participants of a bond sale, generally large, well-informed banking institutions, financial institutions that, at least for our bond processes, they have reviewed. They've asked a lot of questions. They will review your finances, that they want answers, and there's a variety of calls that we will have. I assume the process is very similar, and that such dispute could be a factor in that financial institution's analysis.
Mark Doyle, President. I don't know if we're wrapping up. I don't want to close discussion, but I want to reiterate that this is not about how we feel about the project. We are fully engaged in economic development. Everything that occurs, I would almost say everything that occurs in our service territory, we're involved in, and we support, and we apply resources. All we're saying here is that our normal mode of operation and our policy says this is how these mains are funded, with a little exception here because this board has agreed that we were able to bring you this portion that would happen in the near term, maybe not in the 5-year window, but now that the consequence of mains failing under a streetcar's higher, we feel like we're on solid ground saying this portion should be moved up. The rest of it might not even be in the 50 to 60-year window. That's hard to imagine, but age of a main is not the only factor, and we don't want to go too deep in how we run the business. We're on very solid ground. But we want to leave the boardroom here. We're looking for direction. We made the point, all we're saying is these mains aren't included in the financing, and that's not how it should be. That's all we're saying.
Mark Doyle,
Yes.
each of us directors, each one of us directors were elected by the people of Omaha and the surrounding areas, and we represent them, and we have an obligation to represent their interest and not do something that maybe impacts one area and not the other area. We try to represent all of them. That's our obligation. And I agree with Director Howard when she said, if we do this for them, we got other subdivisions out there that the contractor's going to say, hey, well, you did it to the city, do it for us. You know, how are we going to stop all that?
That, Director McGowan, is a major consideration, and I shared that with city leadership that, you know, I'm not going to say it's a precedent, but it's absolutely policy, and every developer that works with us knows this. So, and this morning, in 1 month, you approved over $2 million of developer-funded water mains. I get it that they're new, but it's very common. That would be a normal month, some months higher, some less. So, but I want it to be real clear. We're not opposed to this project in any way, shape, or form as a public utility, but we do want to make sure you're as informed as you need to be, and we want to follow your lead and your direction, but this is where we're at this time.
Well, we have an obligation as a board and as a company to not pass on costs like this to the ratepayer. In other words, to protect the ratepayer. You know, it's one thing to pass on an increased cost of gas or the increased cost to purify the water so that people have that available. But it's another thing to bite off an increase and pass on a substantial amount of increase to the people that trust us to keep their rates reasonable. That's where I'm at, and I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I would say probably we all share that feeling.
I agree with Director Howard, and I also want to go back to what Director Kavanaugh said. You know, we want to try to work with the city. We don't want to be hostile. We want to be cooperative and try to find a resolution to this. And, you know, we talked last month or the month before about why don't they put a little surcharge on the ride, the cost for the ride or something that, and they pay us back over time, but we get our money back somehow through a surcharge or something. But, you know, we just can't blindly let them go ahead and pass cost on like Director Howard said.
All right, I think that was a very good discussion, and my hope is that our customer owners will also engage in this conversation over the next week and beyond that. There aren't any more comments from the board members at this time. Just double, triple checking. This meeting has now concluded. We will reconvene for the regular board meeting in 10 minutes, going off that clock at 10:12. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'm Tanya Cook, Vice Chairperson of the Metropolitan Utilities District Board of Directors, and I'd like to welcome you to the regular monthly board meeting this morning, December 7, 2022. This meeting is being live streamed from the boardroom at M.U.D headquarters building located at 7350 World Communications Drive, and a recording of this meeting will be uploaded to the M.U.D website after the meeting's conclusion. Roll call.
Howard. Kavanaugh.
Here.
Bagley.
Here.
Cook.
Here.
Friend.
Here.
Frost. McGowan. Director McGowan.
Here.
I'd like to advise all those in attendance that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is available on the wall in the back of the boardroom. And now, for those who wish to participate, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the minutes for the committee meetings and regular board meetings for November 2nd, 2022. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Here.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Agenda number 5, capital expenditures. Director Friend.
Thank you. Agenda item number 5, discussed in committee. I move approval as outlined in the memo from Gina Langle dated November 30th.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Acceptance of contracts and payment of final estimates. Director Friend.
Thank you. Item number 6, also discussed in committee. I move approval as outlined in the memo from Stephanie Henn dated November 28th.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Change order number 3 for West Dodge Pump Station. Director Friend.
Thank you. Item number 7, also discussed in committee. I move approval as outlined in the memo from Stephanie Henn dated November 16th.
Second.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I do want to, at this point, offer our condolences to the contractor. Was it Sokoloff last week? Judd Brothers, who passed away last week working on a related construction project. So we offer our condolences to his family.
Yes. Thank you. Absolutely. Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Water infrastructure replacement contracts. Director Friend.
Thank you. Item number 8, also discussed in committee. I move approval as outlined in the memo from Stephanie Henn dated November 28th.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Bids on materials and contracts. Director Friend.
Thank you. Also discussed in committee, with the exception of removal of item number 1 on the agenda, or item number 1 in the memo. It's installing water mains in Cedar Hollow, northwest of 168th and Giles. I move approval as outlined in the memo, minus that one item, which will be put on the January 2023 memo and January 2023 agenda, excuse me, and I'm talking about the memo from Sherry Meisinger dated November 21st.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Main extensions. Director Friend.
Thank you. Also discussed in committee, I move approval as outlined in the memo from Masania dated November 23rd.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Wage and salary increases and ratifications, Director Begley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve the wage and/or salary increases and ratifications as discussed in committee this morning and outlined in the memo from Ms. Savine dated November 17, 2022.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Item 12, settlement of litigation, the J&L Committee. I move for approval of the recommendation by Senior Vice President General Counsel Mark Mendenhall to settle the action described in the memo. And if anybody has further discussion, it can be in a closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's have a roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Okay. Approval of 2022 gas and water budget and resolution, Director McGowan.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve the 2023 gas and water budget resolutions. Both were discussed in committee, and I move approval for those.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Okay, proposed water rate and resolution, Director McGowan.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the water rate resolution as discussed in committee and fully explained in the memo from Joe Schaffer dated 11/29.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Proposed gas rate and resolution, Director McGowan.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve the gas rate resolution as discussed in committee and fully explained in a memo from Joe Schaffer dated November 29th.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Bagley.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
McGowan.
Yes.
Are there any other matters of district business to discuss?
I have one quick issue, and it just dawned on me, Mr. Doyle. I'm wondering if for future meetings, when it comes to budget, if we shouldn't put any proposed water or gas rate increases first and then the budget? Because in years past, we've had people that voted for one and not the other. And if they vote for the budget, but then vote down the increase, it messes up the budget. So I wonder if we shouldn't just flip that so that we don't run into that.
Are we all listening? Yeah. All right, Pat.
Just, I mean, it's not.
It's a great point.
It's not that big of a deal, but it has happened in the past. Thank you.
True, that's true. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the board at this time? Wonderful. That concludes the regular board agenda items. The board will now go into closed session for the purpose of discussing a termination hearing, litigation, personnel, and real estate.
Madam Chair, I have one thing that I'd like to do at the request of Director Kavanaugh. If you don't mind, ungavelled, but you like it, so you get to do it again.
I do like it.
All right. I will go to the podium. Thank you.
Oh.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. So unfortunately, this today would have been Director Frost's last actual meeting as a longtime member of this great board for this great public utility. He was unable to be here today. we're fully in contact with him, and he's doing well, but just not able to be here today. We had hoped to do this last month, but I'm glad we did appropriately recognize Director Jack Frost in other ways. But at the request of Director Kavanaugh, we now have the honor and the I'll say joy, I hope Jack's listening, of letting him know that he is now officially an admiral in the great Navy of the state of Nebraska. You know, for those that know or those that don't know, there's a long history here, and I don't want to go into it, but suffice it to say, this began long ago in the 1930s, where citizens of the state of Nebraska and outside the state of Nebraska potentially are recommended for induction to the great Navy of the great state of Nebraska, the mythical Navy of the state of Nebraska. Of course, we're totally landlocked, and that's kind of the joke, but this is a water utility. And I think there could be a case to be made
I agree.
that not only do we sit on one of the most flourishing aquifers in the country, the state of Nebraska, Jack Frost has overseen this public utility, given us direction and his wonderful public service for all these years. And of course, it's about natural gas, but it is about water. I think this makes sense. For those that are recommended, you need to be just a really good citizen that has advanced the cause of the good life in Nebraska. And none of us would argue that my friend, former colleague, and current boss, Jack Frost, has not lived up to that. So thank you, Director Kavanaugh, for proposing this. And I would thank the governor and the state of Nebraska for bestowing this honor upon our friend Jack Frost. I'm going to read it. Even if some of it is in Old English, I'm going to give it a shot. So it's titled, Admiral, the Great Navy of the State of Nebraska, to all who shall see these presents, greetings. Know ye that reposing special trust and confidence in the patriotism, valor, fidelity, and abilities of Jack Frost, and knowing you to be a good person and a loyal friend and counselor, I have nominated and do appoint you an admiral in the great Navy of the state of Nebraska. You are therefore called to diligently discharge the duties of admiral by doing and performing all manner of things thereto belonging. And I do strictly charge and require all officers, seamen, tadpoles, and goldfish under your command to be obedient to your orders as admiral. I think maybe I'm a goldfish, I don't know. And you are to observe and follow from time to time such directions as you shall receive according to the rules and discipline of the great Navy of the state of Nebraska. This commission to continue in force during the period of your good behavior and the pleasure of the Chief Admiral of the great Navy of the state of Nebraska, given under my hand in the city of Lincoln, state of Nebraska, this 7th day of December, 2022, in the year of our Lord, Pete Ricketts, Governor. Thank you for that. And it's really great that we do live streams because this, you know, the pros and cons can be debated, but this record is for everyone to see whenever. So we'll make sure Jack at least gets to watch it, and we may have him back as a special guest in the future. There's no statute of limitations on this, so thank you all.
Hey, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Just out of curiosity, how many years did Jack serve on the board? 38, was it? What was the number?
Somebody helped me do the math, but him and I ran at the same time the first time I was elected, so I think he came on the board in 1986. 36 years, thank you. Our CFO had to tell me that. That's kind of how I roll. 36, that's commendable, and his father before him. So thank you very much.
Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move we go into closed session to discuss a termination hearing, litigation, personnel, and real estate.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Howard? Yes. Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Bagley?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
McGowan?
Yes.
I would ask that all attendees other than board members or those directly involved in the termination hearing and additional topics, please leave by the doors at the rear of the boardroom.
Very good. I'm glad you did.
Do I get to hit the gavel now? All right. Do we have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Howard? Yes. Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Bagley?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
McGowan?
Yes.
We will now vote on the proposed termination of Crystal Badger. Director Begley?
I make the motion that we support and approve of management's recommendation and uphold the termination.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Howard? Yes. Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Bagley?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
McGowan?
Yes.
Do any directors or members of the public have any further comments to share? All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Do we have to close the public hearing or not?
It's going to be, it'll
Yeah,
compassed.
this is fine.
No discussion, that was the discussion. Roll call?
Howard? Yes. Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Bagley?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
McGowan?
Yes.
We are
Give it a
adjourned.
gavel, give it a gavel.